Good morning and welcome to Foothills County Council agenda for January 14th, 2026. I'll call this meeting to order. We have proposed an emergent item, letter to Minister, regulatory oversight of wastewater fees. I will go to Councillor Callister, explanation as to why this would be emergent today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Foothills County. Yeah, my emergent item, I've been working on this draft letter to the Minister of Affordability and Utilities for some time, basically since I was elected, and I think we have it to pretty close to being able to send off to the minister at this point. So I thought I'd bring it to council for you guys' approval.
Okay, so that would be a motion to add it as an emergency this morning?
Yes.
Okay, we have that motion. Anything from council, questions, comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of adding this as an emergent item today? That motion carries. So now we'd look for a approval of the agenda as a whole from anybody. Councillor Kendall gives us that. All in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to our Public Works discussion. Let's start with Councillor McHugh. Anything for Public Works this morning?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Foothills, and nothing to complain about today. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair and good morning. Nothing for me either. Thanks.
Okay, I will carry on. Everything is good in Division 1. Appreciate all the work being done, and I'll pass it on to Deputy Revol.
Thank you again. Thanks for all the work being done in Division 4. And I have been observing the brushing work going on 240th Street as it's right close and central there. And so I see you're well on your way to making a difference in the visibility in the area. And I think you're going to be moving on to the hamlet probably after that, I would assume. But it's obvious to see how the work is being done and the extent of how slow it is based on having to reach in with the arm to get that done well. And then hopefully the arm survives the whatever you're chewing up. So it looks like some good work is being done. So thank you for that. And then for all the work, because I know everyone's behind the scenes on so many things. Thank you very much.
Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to everyone. For me, just a couple of thank yous from the DeWinton area. So for Mr. Weber, thank you for your speeding us to get out to the DeWinton Community Association Hall yesterday. The parking lot was just like a skating rink, and I went back a couple hours later and it was all melted and lots of gravel. And so I thank you for that. And also to Mr. Cornelson, I also talked to the ladies at the church, and they thank your crew for trimming up the trees there in the right of way. And they said your crew was just absolutely wonderful to work with. So thank you for that. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Callister.
All is well this morning in Division 6. I have nothing to add. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Yeah, no issues that I know of in Division 3. No potholes even to complain about. So, and I'll hold Councillor McHugh to his no complaining all day.
Okay, that's fast. We'll go to our departments, starting with Manager Weberg.
Morning, Foothills Council. I have no updates for council today. Thank you.
It's amazing, a nice warm spell in January and everybody is so quiet. Director Kruger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No update. The departments are busy working on getting quotes for all of our equipment. Utilities is looking at the organics equipment we're needing at West Foothills and Curtis. We're going to have some meetings here to discuss this year's paving program and patching program. And all of that will be coming to council here in the next few weeks. Yeah, that's about it. Thank you.
And thank you, Manager Cornelson.
Good morning. And just a few things to talk about. Our chem shed is mostly tinned on the outside now, so it's kind of fun to watch that thing go up outside my window. And 80th and Dunbow, the surveyors are going to be there tomorrow. So we'll be probably starting work next week there. And the guys are currently on 16th Street, south of DeWinton, doing some work there. And we're meeting this Friday to talk about strychnine and how we can get it out this spring, hopefully. And January 28th, we're hosting a workshop at the Field House on soil. And of course, next week is the provincial ASB conference in Edmonton. And that's all I've got for today. Thank you very much.
I believe Councillor Alger has a question for you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Sorry, Mr. Cornelison, did you say 16th Street south of DeWinton, and what are you doing there?
Yeah, so just that street south of DeWinton there, we were called, there was somebody, a ratepayer noticed a dangerous tree. And so they went there to cut that down, and then they were just doing some other work there too that they thought they needed to get done. So.
Okay, thanks for that.
Manager Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Reeve. Morning, Council. I have nothing this morning. Thank you.
Director Saulnier.
Good morning, Mr. Reeve. Good morning, Council. Just a quick update for Council on our fire risk status. Currently, we still have no restrictions. Current and upcoming weather forecast looks to be mild with little moisture. The forecast does trend a little cooler towards the end of the month, and it looks like there might be some snow flurries in there as well. But we'll keep a close eye on that and monitor that, and no recommendations for any changes at this time. Thank you.
And Manager Stapley.
Morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no updates this morning.
Okay, thank you all for joining us today. If you don't have anything else on the agenda, hope you have a good day to the rest of you. Thank you for Council. Why don't we just carry straight on? Let's go to D1 Gray, second and third reading by law 5525. So that's page 48 of our agenda. Director Hemingway.
Thank you and good morning, Council. Council is requested to consider a second and third reading on bylaw 55/2025, which was granted first reading on September 10th, 2025. We only our previously elected council members are able to vote with respect to this bylaw as they participated in the public hearing back in September of this year. All conditions imposed on the applicant have been met. This application creates a 3.57 acre country residential district parcel, leaving a 26 acre agricultural balance in Councillor Alger's division, I believe just north of 210th Avenue. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. At this point, I'm requesting second and third reading on the bylaw.
Okay, any comments, questions, or motion? Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. No concerns and nothing to add to Ms. Hemingway's dissertation. This is my area, and it is just west of the Red Deer Lake meat plant. And I have no concerns, so happy to give you the motion for second.
Okay, got that motion. Anything else? Don't see any. I will call that question for second reading. All those in favor? Motion carries. And I'd be looking for a third reading then. Deputy Revolt gives us that. All in favor? And opposed? Oh, sorry, I didn't motion for third reading. Okay, that motion carries. D2 Foothills. Oh, I think we got to wait for a moment to get somebody in for that one. Sure, go ahead. Director Hemingway, D2 Foothills Diamond Valley. Draft terms of reference, page 56.
We are going to do a quick presentation, a short presentation for your consideration. It just gives us a second to catch up or to set up. If we wanted to proceed forth on a few other items, I will get that ready.
Okay, so we'll come back to that shortly.
If that's okay, sir.
Okay, so let's proceed to E1 then. Gray, we got to go into subdivision first. Motion to go into subdivision approving authority. Councillor Alger, all in favor? Sorry, in favor? Motion carries.
Yeah.
Sorry, perhaps I need to slow down a little bit. Gray, E1 Gray, Southwest 122 west of 5, page 83 of our council agenda. Director Hemingway.
Thank you again, sir. Same application for a 3.57 acre country residential district parcel. Now that it's rezoned, we are now requesting the subdivision approval of that lot, leaving a 26.53 acre agricultural balance. I have reviewed the staff report and I am supportive of all the suggested conditions for your consideration. Please note we are requesting public reserve to be paid by cash in lieu of this land on in condition 4. All other conditions are typical of our process.
Okay. This is in Division 5. Councillor Alger, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, this is a follow-up to the second and third that we just did. And again, nothing to add to Ms. Hemingway's comments, and I'm okay with the public reserve, so I give you the motion for subdivision. Thank you.
Okay, with the conditions as presented on page
As presented.
84, 85? Okay.
84 and 85. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not opposed to the motion on the floor. I just want to make sure I switch my hat and give this proper consideration and make sure that I have switched my hat thoroughly, switching committees here. Thanks.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 84, under recommended conditions of approval, number 3. Okay, so number 4. So in lieu of the $30,000, what is being in lieu of that? Sorry, just help me out there. Public reserve. It's not a piece of land. It's a.
So I'll speak to our municipal reserve policy just briefly. If people are subdividing land and 10% of that land being subdivided is over 2 acres in size, we typically take land.
Okay.
But we don't want a parcel of less than 2 acres. It's challenging to deal with. So if it's less than 2 acres, we'll take cash in lieu of land.
Okay.
And that's the word that's missing there, cash in lieu of land.
Okay.
Although it is there, but that's the intention. So this parcel is 3.57 acres. So 10% is only 0.3. So we don't want a parcel of land that's 0.3 acres in size. It doesn't work for anything. So in this case, we'll require cash instead of land.
Okay.
The assessment department looks at market value sales, bare land market value sales, and comes up with comparable numbers. And I believe their spreadsheet is in the staff report. Should be.
Yeah, I
Yep.
think I saw that. Yeah.
And they come up with comparable market value sales, which articulate what the mark per acre value is on the parent parcel size.
Mhm.
And then we require 10% of the subdivision parcel to be provided by that cash level. So we take 0.3 times 29.924 acres in cash in lieu.
And so that equals the 20.
10,682 and
It'll be
87
about
cents.
10,000. So
10,000.
0.3 or 10% times the per acre.
So about 10,000. Okay.
About 10,000, yeah.
And so then that is in addition to, under number 3, the payment of 11,300 per lot for the community sustainability fee.
Correct.
Okay. Because I know that Councillor Callister had brought up his concerns about that number being sufficient to cover our costs and whatnot. So just bringing that to everybody's attention. So this person would be paying 29,000, so like roughly 40,000.
Yeah.
Roughly 40,000.
Likely more than that. I mean, there's a requirement for surveys, there's a removal of the approach, there's the construction of the approach, there's the PSDS tests. It is not atypical, and I tell people quite regularly, depending on roads and municipal reserve, we're looking at about $50,000 to create a parcel in that range.
And that gets paid to the county, not.
No,
Oh.
most of it's not.
Yeah.
It's their expenses. Most of it doesn't come to the county. In this case, we are looking at, I would say half of that probably comes to the county, but typically, no, typically the majority of it goes to other contractors and other engineers that are doing the work
Yeah.
that we require to be done in order to create the parcel. Right.
Okay, thank you.
And there's number 4, the public reserve dollars. So that does not go into the general county account. So it can't be used for road improvements or anything like that. That's strictly for public reserve purposes, which are very restricted under the MJ in terms of what it can be used for. Schools being one of the biggest ones, and to an extent some recreation opportunities, but very small. We'll go to Deputy Reeve Ole.
Sure, thank you. Just segueing on to the last speaker and also just in recognition of switching the hats, did some math as well, and that's where I came up with the 10.682, and then additional of those two coming into the county is 21,982. So just saying we've been watching this well. Thank you.
Okay, we have that motion for approval from Councillor Alger. Anything else? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. Okay. A motion to go out of subdivision approving authority from Deputy Reeve Ole. All those in favor? Motion carries. Okay, well, I'll wait for our guest. Let's go to F1, Rowan House Society request to meet with council, page 91, Manager Barrett. I don't think your mic is on. There we go.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Reeve. So this is a request from Rowan House. They are asking to attend a meeting of council to meet. There's not a really a time frame that's been set, but it's for council's consideration. We're just wondering today if you have any appetite to have Ledge Services set up a meeting. It appears that they're looking to talk about donations to the Rowan House Society.
Okay. And we do support them through our FCSS, a certain amount every year, I believe. So what say council? We have a possible motion there on page 91. Approve or deny the request from the Rowan House Society for a meeting with council. Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. So through the chair to Manager Barrett, sorry, did you say they're wanting to discuss donations, like public donations to them?
They indicated in their letter that it says your donations help Rowan House Society access what our clients need while ensuring other programming and preventative education can continue to operate. So I believe that is their intent, is to come in and meet with council about funding.
Because John and I were just at FCSS meeting yesterday, and in, is it a month or less than a month? We're going to, February 3rd, we're going to be discussing their, like, all the applications, and they will be in there. So I was just kind of curious, what is that normal, like that they ask for over and above FCSS funding, or?
I could go back and see when the last time they made a request like this. I don't think it's been in recent years, but I can confirm that for you outside of what they get from FCSS, of course.
Okay, so perhaps this could be dealt with through FCSS. Is that? Perhaps this could be just dealt with through the FCSS committee.
I mean,
Yeah.
if we do schedule it, it might be handy if it was after that application process with FCSS, because at least then we'll know how much funding they're getting through FCSS. So I have no objection to them scheduling it to talk if they feel like there's something above and beyond FCSS, but it might be handy if it's after that meeting. Okay, you go ahead.
Deputy Revolt.
Sure, thank you. And I think Manager Better, you mentioned that you would look back to what our last, potentially if it was an event where we supported something in some regard. I know we aren't adding anything new unless it was extraordinary to our list of supporting just due to constraints, but I don't know if there's something there in terms of other support or the events. I remember that being something in the past that there was a request from that point of view. And I don't know, again, I don't recall what the amount was that was shared. So thank you. If you do check into that, then that would be helpful. So we could potentially delay this matter if you wished as well.
Okay, so do you want to delay it then until after FCSS meets and has their discussion? Is that Councillor Callister? Go ahead.
Yeah, I would give you the motion to delay the presentation to council till after February 3rd, when FCSS convenes to go through the funding.
Okay, so we'll take that motion to postpone till after February 3rd. Anybody else? All those in favor? Motion carries. Okay, we have a couple people joining us for D2, Foothills County Diamond Valley Draft Terms of Reference and Development of New IDP, page 56 of our agenda. Thank you for joining us, Ms. Sadhu, Mr. Ranson. Director Hemingway, I'm not sure who wants to take the lead on this.
I'll start.
Okay.
So council may recall that our fall intermunicipal committee meeting with the town of Diamond Valley resulted in a motion that's contained in your staff report for the drafting of a terms of reference for the review of our existing intermunicipal development plan. So both administrations have worked together and they have created a terms of reference for this project, this planning project, and it has gone through the intermunicipal development plan, and a recommendation to individual councils for consideration of this terms of reference was made. So now we're at the step where each individual councils will have to review the terms of reference, and we're looking for a motion of support in order to commence the project. Ms. Sadhu has a short presentation on the terms of reference for you, just some important points for you to consider. And as I stated, we're looking for a motion of support in order to initiate this project. I believe the town of Diamond Valley will be reviewing this terms of reference in about 10 days, Drew, or next week. So this is our first crack at it. Yeah, so if that's okay, I'd like to pass it on to Planner Sadhu to initiate a short presentation.
Okay, go ahead, Planner Sadhu.
Sorry, just a moment to connect my presentation. Thank you for your patience. Good morning, Mr. Reeve and Council. Today I'm presenting the draft terms of reference for the review of the existing intermunicipal development plan and the development of a new intermunicipal development plan between Foothills County and the town of Diamond Valley. The draft terms of reference can be found on page 59 of your agenda, included as the appendix to the staff report. The purpose of today's presentation is to walk through the draft terms of reference, outline the project structure and scope, share timeline and budget, and request council direction on the adoption of the terms of reference. A quick refresher for the council members not on the IMC. Our current IDP with the towns of Black Diamond and Turner Valley, now amalgamated as Diamond Valley, was adopted in 2002. And since then, we've seen major changes such as annexation in 2020, municipal amalgamation in 2023, and significant updates to provincial and regional planning frameworks. The existing IDP no longer reflects our municipal structures, policy direction, or planning priorities. A new IDP lets us reset the foundation and plan for a future with a shared, up-to-date vision. So this past September, the IMC directed both administrations to prepare a terms of reference, like Director Hemingway mentioned. And in December, the IMC endorsed the draft and recommended it be brought forward to respective councils for adoption. A small note for council is that under section 9.1 of the terms of reference, relevant provincial, regional, and intermunicipal initiatives, a small change was made to add the intermunicipal collaborative framework as a bullet point. No other changes have been made since the approval from the IMC, and Diamond Valley will also be presenting this version of the IDP to their council for consideration and adoption next week. Any changes suggested by council today will also be provided to Diamond Valley for consideration as well. The terms of reference lays out a straightforward governance structure. The project will be jointly managed. IMC members will provide political oversight. CAOs will provide executive direction. Project managers will coordinate the day-to-day work, and staff will conduct technical analysis and engagement. Diamond Valley have suggested that consultants may also be used for specialized expertise where required. The scope covers all the elements required under the Municipal Government Act, such as land use, growth areas, transportation, infrastructure, and environmental considerations, as well as administrative processes. It also includes areas that matter locally, such as annexation considerations, joint planning areas, and how we coordinate servicing and development along our shared boundaries. The scope incorporates a clear referral process to ensure timely engagement with adjacent municipalities and relevant interested parties, as well as establishing a conflict resolution protocol to address disputes collaboratively and maintain alignment with legislative and intermunicipal agreements. The terms of reference commits to a coordinated engagement process between these. This program will ensure transparency and inclusivity using tools such as open houses, workshops, surveys, and stakeholder meetings. A What We Heard report will also be created to summarize feedback and guide policy development. The project follows 4 phases: terms of reference approval, planning for progress, draft and policy development, and finally adoption and implementation. This step-by-step process is meant to keep both municipalities moving forward together. The proposed timeline is a maximum of 24 months, which I will highlight is subject to change. It may shift depending on factors such as complexity and engagement needs. If commenced early 2026 as planned, we anticipate final adoption as in early 2028 at the very latest. We're proposing a shared project budget of $10,000 to $12,000, not inclusive of staff time. This covers engagement materials, advertising, facility, rentals, refreshments, and a small consultant contingency. Also, this may change as the project progresses. The town of Diamond Valley anticipates significantly higher budgets and longer timelines, particularly if grant funding and consultant support is required on their end. I'll turn it over to Director Hemingway here to expand on some of those implications.
Okay. Yeah, it's one of the interesting aspects of working intermunicipally is you have different cultures and different capacities. The town of Diamond Valley is suggesting that they may require some consultant assistance, in which case the budget aspect may change. Also, there may wish to access a community partnership grant in which the timeline will change. Regardless, the terms of reference themselves, we feel quite comfortable with. the intermunicipal committee asked us to bring that forth to our individual councils. I don't know how the Diamond Valley Council will, feel about moving forward earlier versus later. But we feel that there's some real time, a real issue with respect to our current intermunicipal development plan. And as I said, we've been given direction to bring this terms of reference to our councils. I'm pretty comfortable with the timeline and budgets that we're contemplating, but we'll have to keep council up to date as things change with respect to how our partner feels they wish to proceed.
Thank you, Director Hemingway. And lastly, council has 3 options for consideration today. First is to adopt the terms of reference as presented. Secondly, to adopt it with minor administrative edits. And the last option being to defer the decision if council requires more information. This concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Thank you very much for that. Go to council for comments, questions. Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation and the staff report. You guys have included everything to help us get a comprehensive look at what's going on. And I'm not sure if the IMC members would like to speak before me or not, but I'm an alternate on there. And I did observe some of the conversation that took place at the meeting where this was shared. And I do have just a couple of questions. One was on, so page 70 of our staff report, which is, I'll go with 69 and 70. It's in relation to the scope of what is cited here. So what it is speaking to is the scope for a review of the existing IDP and development of a new IDP includes. And I do recall hearing some conversation about potentially not including everything in the scope. So I wonder if that might be something that our director might speak to or our planner might speak to in terms of what that may or may not have removed from the scope as per the conversation. And is that something we would just wait to hear through the process as opposed to at this time?
I may.
Go ahead.
I believe so. So whether or not there'll be a future urban growth area is really up to the town to bring forth if they have that desire to identify additional urban growth. They need to do that on the basis of some study. I think some of these can come off the list as we go through that planning for progress workshop process. It's nice to have them there so that we can check that we have that conversation with our partner, make sure we understand what we're all talking about, that we're all on the same page. And if there isn't any desire to identify joint planning initiatives, if there's no desire to speak to future urban growth, I anticipate the balance of these things we will include policy and objectives on, but some of those others may be for future projects and they may be identified as not necessary in this intermunicipal development plan, but then we'll continue to discuss them. So even on that level, that may be the extent of it. So I think it's just good to have these bullet points, and there may be additional ones that our partner municipality feels are necessary to have a conversation on. But I don't expect that every single one of these points will be extensive conversations or extensive policy development issues.
Very good. Thanks for that explanation. And then just further along, the next point is on project influences, which is related to what is in both the town and the Diamond Valley, I guess in terms of their overall mass of numerous plans over the years. And I wondered, because ICF was part of quite a process, I wondered if that needed to be listed in the 9.2 and 9.3, just as a point on the last bullet point for each one under the numerous additional things, or a separate bullet point itself. I think I heard you mention it was referred to somewhere in the document as well. I did see a reference to it, but I wondered, does it need to be listed in these 2 sections as well? Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. I believe that it does cover it under section 9.1, as those are meant to be what is shared between the two municipalities as influences. So it is included as the last bullet point under the relevant provincial, regional, and intermunicipal initiatives.
So just separate like that is fine then.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you very much.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. Anybody else? Thank you for the clarity on the budget. I appreciate that little bit of you shared. I'm not seeing anybody. For myself, I don't, nothing really popped out at me as concern, and I would support it the way it is. So Deputy Hole.
Sorry, one last little thing was under that 9.2, I forgot to note was we've listed the land use bylaw 60/2014, but we've updated it a lot since then. Do we want to put current version date on there as opposed to 2014? Because we've definitely got more current stuff going on with that.
Yes, through the Reeve, if you do choose option 2, adopt with minor edits, I can note that as a minor edit to update on the terms of reference.
Sure,
Thank you.
because everything else is correct, but I know we've just got a lot of current numbers, but it would be really small edit. Thank you.
Okay, Director Hemingway.
Still call it 60/2014. The main over one, it's amended every single week by council, so we can't keep up. We just call that current version of our, whatever amendments are in there, we call it that when we did the big change and brought it into 2014, we still call it that one. Next big change, we'll get a new number, but we do amend it every single week.
That's not really notable.
No, but that's the one what we're talking about here. Yeah. It's the one that
Okay.
you have on the website.
Okay, so probably then a motion to, I guess, option 2 on page 58, adoption with minor administrative edits as presented by Deputy Revol, or any other motion council wishes to take? Were we not going to put, no, okay, nothing there?
No, just the land use bylaw number.
Yeah, I just thought that land use bylaw number, we just put updated as updated or.
We can do that
as
updated.
Okay. So, council, anything further or a motion?
Members want to do that motion?
You'll give us that motion? Okay. For option 2 with that minor amendment. Okay. I don't see anybody else, so I will call the question. We have that motion for approval with the minor amendment. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you very much, Planner Sadhu, for joining us. Appreciate it. Let's go to F2 Council, City of Calgary IMC appointment of co-chair. So our appointed members on this IMC, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe was Deputy Old, Councillor Alger, and Councillor Callister. Okay, so we need one of you as the co-chair. Deputy Vole, you got?
Sure, I was going to make a nomination if that would be appropriate.
Sure, go ahead.
I would nominate Councillor Alger at this point. That would be acceptable to Councillor Alger.
Councillor Alger, do you accept the nomination?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will happily take that nomination. And thank you, Councillor or Deputy Revo.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you for that. Any further nominations? Seeing none, then I would just take that as a motion then from Deputy Old to appoint Councillor Alger as the co-chair of the Calgary IMC. Anything further? All in favor? Motion carries. And we do not need an alternate co-chair for this committee, I assume then? Just the straight co-chair? Some of our committees are, okay. Okay, let's just carry on then to F3. This was our emergent item added on this morning. Letter to Minister Regulatory Oversight of Wastewater Fees. So we have a package related to that presented to us this morning. So I will go to Councillor Callister on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through the chair to the floor. Yeah, so this emergent item, I would like to send off to Minister Newdorf, and to CC to our MLA, RJ Sigurdsson. Is there any other amendments to this letter anybody would like to make?
Okay, thank you for that. Lots of work you've put into this. Looking out for that concern you have in Division 6 for sure. I don't see any counselors stepping up with anything. Deputy Reeve.
Thank you. I read it fresh last night again, just to give it a once over, and thank you for all the work that has been done on it and the work to clarify it. The only thing I saw that may help is just in the summary of key facts is where Corks is first mentioned in number 1, you might put in brackets after that now Blue Stem, because then in the timeline, you're going to get to Blue Stem, but you don't have it right away. And it might just help, I think, in the 2 first bullets to have that. I think that's the only place it happens. And then you start to refer to Blue Stem in number 5. So if you would just insert in brackets behind that, just now Blue Stem, then you get to the history of the change of the name quite a ways into it. And then that way, the person reading it is on the same thought process as you are. And that's the only thought I had to add that to those, like number 1 and 2 there.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. We will make that adjustment.
Okay. Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. To Councillor Callister, thank you for all your hard work on this. Good job.
And the chart showing the wastewater basic monthly charge says a lot between with those prices there. So, okay, so Councillor Callister, then I trust you give me this motion then that council authorized the letter to be sent to Honorable Nathan Newdorf.
Yes, Mr. Reeve, I would give you that motion.
Okay. Council, anything further? Councillor Kendall.
Can we think of anybody else who might benefit from seeing that as well, or?
Yeah, obviously I will be, I'll be CCing RJ Sigurdsson. And the homeowners associations of Heritage Point have all asked me to send it to them as well. So once we make minor adjustments to it and send it off, after I send it, I will send it to them as well.
Okay, Deputy Reeve.
And I'm sure Sherry will help you with this, that our manager Barrett will help you, that you have to put that on your letter as well, that you CC whoever you CC on the letter. You might have something else to add, but usually you put that on the letter, who you've CC'd it to. Thanks.
Okay, so we have that motion from Councillor Callister. All those in favor? Motion carries. Okay, minutes. Trust we had a chance to look at minutes. Any comments, questions, concerns on?
Changed one that you made. Hang on, let me grab it. Did you read it? You changed that one.
Yeah. Did I? Okay.
Just in the
About the filming one.
Okay.
Verifying resolution number.
Thank you for bringing that up.
What is the film one? Okay, it's not changed.
Yeah, it's not, this copy hasn't changed.
So we have to see the new F1.
Okay. Okay, well, maybe we can come back. You can send that out and we can come back to this. Share your screen, sure. So the options as I don't have my notes in front of me. Were not there was no talk about in the interim. It was
So we did the hybrid approach. but we morphed those two into one motion. It's just the staff report.
So it was motion 1 and 2 that were morphed together to be the motion.
And it was to create the hybrid approach. Motion 1 and 2 to create the hybrid approach, so option 3. So I'm this is all marked up next side. This is what we have. Oh, this is the one that got. Right, so this is related to. So that was.
So I mean, the very first part there, in the interim, to continue supporting film and media production activities. So that interim thing wasn't part of motion 1 or 2. And I'm just not sure what is meant by that.
No, that's.
Yeah, that looks like motion 3 is what.
Was 1 and 2 referring to the hybrid approach? Part of motion 1. Mr. Stelzner. Motion 1. So preferred option 3. And prepare the necessary bylaws. So basically motions 1 and 2 with the preferred option of number 3.
Probably if you, oh, sorry, go ahead, CAO Ping.
Yeah, I believe it was that council direct administration to proceed with preferred option number 3 as outlined in the report to regulate film and media production in Foothills County and to prepare the necessary bylaws, application forms, fee schedules, and administrative processes consistent with preferred option 3 and to return to council for further consideration.
That sounds like what I understood it to be.
So a combination of resolution 1 and 2, but citing option 3 in the report, not to be confused with resolution 3.
Yeah.
That's the confusing part of it all.
You got that. That's what I have in my notes.
Okay, perhaps we can put that together and bring it back for after lunch.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, so we will proceed then. Are we ready for accounts?
No.
Not yet. Committee reports. We have 5 minutes. Let's start with committee reports. Anybody? Councillor McHugh?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the chair, I'm thinking that all we had last week was Agricultural Service Board and had Blackie's seed cleaning plant representatives present and kind of lay out the situation they find themselves in with an aging seed cleaning plant, and did the Farm Family Awards. And that is what I'm recollecting at this time. And that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Estes?
Thank you to the chair, and I have no committee reports to bring to council. Thanks.
And for myself, yeah, ASB, that seed plant, was good to hear from the Blackie seed plant and their situation. The plant is in getting old and well beyond its expected lifespan. And so they're looking at what does the future look like for them. A new seed plant costs, I believe he said 14 million, give or take. And they do have some reserves, and just trying to figure out what to do, because the reserves certainly are not enough to build a new plant by any stretch. So they're just looking for starting a conversation in terms of what that looks like. The letter that they did send talked about support for a cooperative grant program for seed plants, similar to what was done, I don't know how many years ago, 40 or 50 years ago. Oddly enough, I got a email or a letter, courtesy copy on a letter to Agriculture Minister from, I believe it was a county of Minburn, but I could be wrong on that, asking for very much the similar sort of thing, just support for a cooperative grant program that would support seed plants and similar type things. So certainly Blackie seed plant is not the only item of seed plant of concern out there, and we will hear more about it in the future, I'm sure. I don't have my notes with the ASB in front of me, so I don't remember much else either. Attended the grand reopening of the Foothills Country Hospice. Is not an official committee, just something I did. As they expanded their bed capacity, doubled it, and so they had the grand reopening of that this past week. It was great to see what they're doing and supporting people. And that was all I had for this week. I'll go to Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Busy week, no official committees, had a community association, Prentice Community Association meeting, developer meetings, and many resident projects, and requiring a lot of research, and also review of the budget for the Foothills Regional Emergency Services Committee meeting tonight. So I've been busy, but not official. Thank you.
Councillor Alger.
It's me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Also attended the ASB meeting on Thursday and was well spoken to. Other than we also spoke about the Alberta Land Use Services, and we're progressing forward with that to be a partner of that operation. I also attended the hospice grand opening. I would argue that it was not it is an official duty on behalf of the Foothills County. We have allocated funds to the hospice over the years, and it's nice to see the fruits of the monies being donated from us and other donators around the county. And other than that, unofficially, I did attend the DCA, DeWinton Community Association monthly meeting yesterday morning, where, as you heard this morning, very slippery in the old parking lot. So I made a call to Mr. Weber, and within the hour they were out there and sanding, and always makes me look good when I get in front of that group. So appreciate that. And that's all I had. Thanks very much.
I'm just going to slip back to Deputy Ohl for a second.
Sorry, I forgot one. Councillor Kendall may be interested in this one. I've been organizing a High Country Rural Crime Watch Association AGM for March the 9th, and there'll be more publicity coming out, but in case you want to get that on your calendar for the West Country crew out there, thank you so much.
Okay, and let's take a pause there and get set up for our hearing at 10 o'clock. Take a few minutes break. Thank you. Welcome back. I will open the hearing for DeGuire, Northeast 14, 1829 west of 4, redesignation ag to CR with airport protection overlay. I will call the hearing and Manager Barrett, would you please introduce council and administration for everyone this morning?
Certainly. Good morning. In council this morning, we have Councillor R.D. McHugh, Councillor Benita Estes, Reeve Rob Seward, Deputy Reeve Suzanne O, Director of Planning Heather Hemingway, Councillor Alan Alger, Councillor John Callister, and Councillor Laura Kendall. Thank you, Mr. Reeve.
Thank you very much. So our hearing process this morning will commence as follows. First of all, we will hear a presentation from our planning officer. Today it is Planning Officer Chip Chase. Following that, we will go to the applicant for your comments or presentation, whatever you have. And following that, we'll then go to members of the public, anyone who wishes to speak to the application. Following that, we will then go back for closing comments, firstly to the applicant and then to the planning officer, Chip Chase, for closing comments. Throughout the process, if council or administration has questions, they'll be given an opportunity to ask that and get some clarity on the application. With that, Planning Officer Chip Chase, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Letting me swap my view. My apologies, it's not letting me swap my view so you can see the full screen. I think I got it now. Just as you came over, I think I have it. If I can get my mouse over there.
I think it's just backwards.
Okay, there we go. And my mouse is backwards, so I apologize. So good morning, Chair and Council. The application before you is from Matthew DeGuire. This is a request to redesignate the property that's legally described as Plan 2411996, Block 2, Lot 2, within the northeast of 141829 west of 4, from Agricultural District to Country Residential District, in order to facilitate the future subdivision of 2 new Country Residential District lots with a Country Residential District balance parcel, along with extension of the existing road plan, all within the Airport Protection Overlay District. The property is within Division 1, located 4 kilometers south of the town of High River, 4 kilometers north of Highway 540, and 0.7 kilometers north of 594th Avenue East. It is directly north of the developed portion of 83rd Street East, as shown on the map on the screen by the red star. The applicant's parcel falls within the outer surface area of the Airport Protection Overlay, which was put in place over lands within a 4,000-meter radius of the Foothills Regional Airport as a protection measure for the airport, and it provides regulations to uses that may impact its safe operation. The regulations include development permit requirements for lands within the overlay, such as things as radio or internet towers, wind energy projects, as well as certain solar installations and lot grading. The proposal requests council consider redesignation of the applicant's parcel from Agricultural District to Country Residential District in order to allow the future subdivision of one 7.22 acre Country Residential District lot and one 7.61 acre Country Residential District lot, as shown here in blue. This would leave a 16.90 acre Country Residential District balance parcel here in green, all of which would have the Airport Protection Overlay. The proposed 7.22 acre lot includes an approved development permit, which allowed a 2,140 square foot dwelling with an attached garage to be moved onto the existing title near the south boundary. The landowner has provided that they are anticipating the moved-on dwelling to be completed by March of this year. Upon site inspection of the property, it was also noted that there is a CCAN on the property, which would be allowed under the current agricultural district zoning. However, should the subdivision be approved, an application for development permit may need to be obtained to retain the CCAN on the new 7.22 acre lot. In speaking with the landowner regarding the CCAN, it is currently storing construction materials and is proposed to be removed from the site when the house is completed. With the moved-on house that is to be retained within the 7.22 acre proposed lot, the applicant has provided the location of the existing water well on the property, as indicated here by the blue dot, approximately 16 meters west of the dwelling, with the septic tank located here in green, approximately 5 meters east of the residence. With regards to access, the landowner has purchased approximately 12 acres of decommissioned rail line right-of-way adjacent to the east boundary of their parcel, as well as that portion of the line that was adjacent to the parcels to the south. With the applicant's past 2024 subdivision registration, the purchased rail line was converted and constructed to county road construction standards as access to that subdivision approval, as can be seen within the aerial photo inset that's to the right of the site plan on the screen. This road development provided access to the previous subdivision and removed easement access to the applicant's property via the adjacent lands to the south. 83rd Street East is currently a private road, as it has not yet received a final acceptance certificate from the county, which means this road is still to be maintained by the landowners until the end of 2026. Upon acceptance of the FAC, 83rd Street East will become an internal subdivision road that will be maintained by the county. The application today proposes to further extend 83rd Street East along the east boundary of the two proposed lots on what remains of the decommissioned rail line, as shown here in yellow, to the southeast corner of the balance of the parcel, with the 30-meter acquisition of land that's currently registered remaining along the east boundary of the balance parcel, as shown here crosshatched in red. Public Works has provided within their circulation response that there is a slight surveying error that was related to the existing road plan that does need to be corrected. With the previous subdivision, the road plan was to include a hammerhead at the northern end that gives access to the applicant's current parcel. The area that was to be surveyed out and included in the road plan is shown here in red. If the application is approved, this area will be captured within the extension of the road. If the application is denied, Public Works has provided this error would still need to be corrected by the landowner. For a visual of the road constructed on the purchased rail line, the top photo here is along 83rd Street, which is at the constructed road surface facing south towards 590th Avenue East, and the bottom photo is facing north towards the applicant's parcel. At the end of the constructed road surface, the decommissioned rail line purchased by the applicant extends along the east boundary of the subject lands. This area is to be developed as an extension, as access to the two new lots in the balance. The area within this slide is also the area that needs to be surveyed into the road plan for 83rd Street, where the hammerhead is. Taking a look at the physiography, the parcel is flat to slightly rolling haylands or cropland with a slight draw along the north and near the west boundary. There's also a pipeline right away along the north boundary that's owned by Dynergy Energy. The rail line purchased by the applicant is adjacent to the east boundary of the lot here, with a few sporadic poplar trees adjacent to that line. Stockpiles of gravel are also located in the southeast corner of the property as previously seen, and the moved-on dwelling is approximately here on the site. This is a visual of the gravel stockpiles in the southeast corner of the proposed 7.22 acre lot, as previously described. They are in the foreground of this photo, as well as within the larger aerial inset. In speaking with the applicant, some of this gravel will be used to complete a driveway for the moved-on house, and the remainder is proposed to be removed in the spring. Facing west across the applicant's parcel, the purchased rail line within the subject property that is to be repurposed into road for the lots in the balance is to the foreground of the slide here, with the proposed 7.22 acre lot with the moved on dwelling here, at the proposed 7.61 acre lot here, and the 16.9 acre balance parcel at the north end of the existing title to the far right of the slide. Facing north across the property, the proposed 7.6 acre lot is to the foreground of the slide, with the 16.9 acre to the far background, and the proposed road construction is now to the far right of the screen. The application was circulated in 2 issues of the Okotoks Western Wheel on December 31st and January 7th, and to area landowners within a half-mile of the application. There are 5 letters provided after submission of the staff report to council's agenda. Those letters were provided to the file manager, council, and the applicant by Legislative Services. Public Works requires PSTS as a condition of the subdivision approval for the 7.61 acre lot and the 16.9 acre balance parcel. And the extension of 83rd Street is to be constructed to county standards, including an engineered road design, cost estimates, letter of credit, and liability insurance. Public Works has further requested that consideration be given to a contribution towards future paving at 83rd Street East, and that an existing surveying error from the previous road construction be addressed as part of the subdivision approval. Also, with regards to the request for the Subdistrict A on page 7 of the agenda and condition number 2 of the approval motion on page 8 of your agenda, for this application, it should be noted that the PSTS should be required for the 7.61 acre lot and the 16.9 acre balance only, as the 7.22 acre lot has the moved on dwelling on it. And this would conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions from council? Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Chipchase, on your slide that showed where the hammerhead was going to be, the circle around, I'm just assuming it's just a general circle, but it kind of imposed on the land to the east. Would a hammerhead have to be dealt with the neighboring landowner, or would it fit within that right away?
The hammerhead is actually within the applicant's property. It was not surveyed out of their property as part of the road plan. So it would be dealt with if you choose to approve the application today. When they extend that road plan, the hammerhead would be within that road plan.
Okay, thank you for that.
Any other questions from council or administration? Seeing none, we'll go to the applicant. Mr. McGuire, thanks for coming and joining us today. Please proceed with comments or presentation or whatever it is you may have this morning.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Ms. Chipchase for her presentation and thank everyone for taking the time to hear my application today. I know some landowners did send in a few letters with some concerns, and I would like an opportunity to address those concerns. One of the concerns brought forward was water use. Common concerns raised has been about water usage if the land is developed into 2 additional residential lots. It's well established that agricultural activities use a much larger share of water resources than residential use. Globally, agriculture accounts for approximately 70% of freshwater withdrawals, far more than households. In Canada, especially in dry regions like Alberta, irrigation for crops and watering livestock is one of the biggest consumers of water. In contrast, individual household water use is a small fraction of these totals. Families generally consume only a few hundred liters per day per person. Replacing intensive agricultural water withdrawals with a few residential households would reduce overall water demand in the area. Another concern raised relates to the building of the road. I just wanted to clarify that the building of the road resolved an ongoing shared driveway issue. Previously, several properties relied on shared driveway easement that was responsible of one of the property owners to maintain. Unfortunately, that arrangement was not working well, and the lack of adequate maintenance was creating ongoing conflicts between the neighbors. By building the road, each property now has its own independent access and each owner is fully responsible for maintaining their own driveway. This change improved clarity, accountability, and neighbor relations. An additional worry brought up was emergency access and response times. Currently, there is an issue with unauthorized off-road vehicles using the old rail corridor through the property. These vehicles cause damage to terrain, create safety hazards, and are known risk factors for wildfires in undeveloped areas. Off-road vehicles are documented for causing the cause of fires in rural areas because of heat, sparks, and vegetation disturbance. By extending the formal road, we create proper emergency vehicle access that will improve response clarity for capacity for fire trucks, ambulances, police, while deterring risky off-road use. Some residents are concerned about this change, but it's worth noted, many who expressed concerns already lived on subdivided lots. Without subdivisions in the past, their homes wouldn't exist today. This illustrates that subdivision is a normal and foundational part of the community's development, and supporting thoughtful growth doesn't stray from established practices. Alberta is one of the largest agricultural provinces in Canada and has extensive agricultural land. We're not at risk at running out of farmland. However, we do not have enough housing to support our growing population. Smart growth in areas adjacent to town protects other rural lands from sprawl by concentrating homes near services and infrastructure. Additionally, higher density living is more environmentally friendly. It reduces travel distances to services while limiting greenhouse gas emissions. As High River is a growing community, people are choosing to live in Foothills County because its location to amenities and quality of life. Just want to summarize, residential water use is far lower than agriculture. Shifting from agricultural use to residential with only a few homes will not increase water strain and will use much less water overall. Former roads reduce neighbor conflicts, improve emergency access, and reduce fire risk and crop damage from off-road vehicles. And subdivision is common, and the majority of the concerns residents already live on subdivided land. Subdivisions close to established amenities help reduce environmental impact. Thoughtful development that integrates safe access, responsible water use, and community needs is consistent with Foothills County's growth strategy. Once again, thank you for taking time and consideration.
Thank you for that. Any questions from council or administration? Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Is this within the irrigation district, this land? Is this land irrigated or in
No.
and about there?
No, it's not irrigated.
Okay, that because you're sort of implying that the agriculture uses more water and or are you talking about the livestock?
Yeah, just in general, if that land was to remain agricultural, someone could have numerous livestock that would consume a lot more water out of the area.
But it's not irrigated, which it would be the bigger use, I guess. There was a comment, I believe, in one of the letters that you don't live here on this land.
I do live in Foothills County. I currently don't live at that residence as it's still under construction.
But you do have livestock there and dogs.
There's one dog and 2 horses and 2 cows.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything else from Councillor Minton? I will then go to members of the public for their comments. First on my list, I have Pearl Dirksen and William Penner. Pearl, I see you're online. Please proceed with any comments you have for us this morning.
Yes, I am. And thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to speak. My husband and I, we are landowners within a half a mile of the proposed subdivision. And our comments are really focused on the servicing and the safety considerations, namely water. I know, Matt, you've already discussed that, and I just want to expand on that a little bit. There is no current irrigation on those lands. And our properties rely on private wells from shared groundwater, and our well capacity has noticeably declined since 2011. With the recent drought, it's become even worse, and we now haul water for our plants and trees, something we didn't have to do before. I'd ask you also to consider the cumulative impacts. So the land was already subdivided from 1 to 2 homes, increasing again the draw of water. I know the second home has not yet accessed the well that they have. However, that will come when people move in. With the proposed subdivision, we now have further increased density and further draw on the water. The third thing I wanted to bring up is the access and emergency services. It is gravel to all the proposed properties, and it is not a through road. It is a dead end road, which requires, if a fire occurs, ambulance, whatever, they would have to drive all the way south and then come back north on that road to these properties. It is not a through road. The fire risk is certainly a concern. Now, I know we are all law-abiding citizens and we try not to have fires when we shouldn't or flick cigarettes out the window. However, there is risk of fire can happen, and with limited water and with all the bordering fields, the chance of a wildfire spreading to the other homes that are adjacent is a probability that concerns us. So in summary for that, the safe emergency access and fire protection are definitely a concern. And in the summertime, the weeds do grow along those roads, and someone driving up that gravel road to go home, if they flick a cigarette out, it's only a moment and a flash can occur, and that fire can spread very, very quickly. So in closing, our request is for council to consider these factors carefully and evaluate the groundwater capacity and sustainability, the cumulative impacts of the increased density, which was once 1, grew to 2, and now we're looking at 5, and the emergency access and fire protection. I want to thank you very much for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Pearl. On my list, I also have a William Penner listed beside you. Is he with you and wants to comment as well, or?
He is not here at the moment. He's had to go out for an appointment, but I'm here to represent the two of us.
Okay, thank you very much. Council Administration, any questions for Mrs. Dirksen? I am seeing none, so thank you very much for joining us today and providing your input. We appreciate it. Next on my list, I have Tammy McKenzie. I see you are on Zoom. If you can unmute yourself and provide any comments that you have. I see you're still muted. There you go. Go
Okay,
ahead.
can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, my husband, Dan, was not able to be here at this meeting, but I'll speak on behalf of us. The letter that we submitted, I think kind of was definitely self-explanatory. One of the big things for us is where we chose to live, and I know the dust control thing is pretty huge. That road is really, really busy. And we own 7 horses on our property, and with the amount of dust, with all the increased traffic and the building and trying to, I guess, get these properties up and going and stuff, the dust has been really horrendous. So I mean, as far as the health issue for us, but mainly our horses, that was one comment. And the only other thing was, again, as Pearl had already reiterated, was the water, the water usage. We really don't want to run into problems, and currently, we don't. So we just don't want to go in that direction with any possible droughts in the future. But anyways, I think that's all I wanted to comment for now.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. McKenzie. Any questions from Council or Administration? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming today, Mrs. McKenzie. That is all that I have on my list. Was there anybody in the gallery that wishes to speak to the application this morning? None? Okay, with that, we will go back to the applicant, Mr. Duguire, for closing comments.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment regarding the water situation once again. I did have a well dug on the parcel for the move-on dwelling, and when the well was dug, water was discovered at 65 feet below ground and continued to 205 feet. So there was quite a large resource of water in the area. Further to that comment, when water is used by a residential household, it goes into a septic system which processes back into the land. That water is then filtered and returned back to the land as usable water. Roughly about 90% of water used by a residential household gets returned back to the land, and it becomes usable water, replenishing the water source into the soil. And unfortunately, with rural roads, there is dust that happens when vehicles drive down them. I know Ms. McKenzie commented that's a busy road. It is a dead end road with only 2 homes. It doesn't have a ton of traffic. However, previously when the easement was on the west side of their property, the westward winds would always blow the dust from the easement towards their property. Now that the road is located on the east side of their property, the westward winds blow the dust opposite the property. However, there are changes in wind patterns, and on occasion they do experience dust. And I do, when I do drive down that road, I do ensure that I drive slowly to keep the dust down and try to mitigate the problem as best as I can. And that's all the comments I have at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from council administration for the applicant? We'll go back then to Planning Officer Chip Chase for your closing comments.
I have nothing further, Mr. Reeve.
Nothing further. Go back to council administration one last time for any questions. Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the applicant, thank you for your presentation. And just a question in regards to some of the concerns that we saw in the letters, just in terms of the next steps should you proceed today. Was there a plan that you had for the cleanup of the property and some of the concerns that were noted in the letters that we received? Thank you.
Yes, the plan I do have for the property is actually I did have a property owner approach me to purchase one of the parcels that I'm looking to subdivide. They want to build a residential home there. And ironically, they are friends of the McKenzies protesting the movement today. But and the other parcel, the remaining 16, is I plan to live there and retire on that property.
So if I might just further, thank you. So in regards to the stockpile, was that something you mentioned that you're looking at that potentially going to the road? I think that's what I heard. And then overall the property being kind of finished off before you go on to the next. Is that what the plan was?
Yes, that's correct. The gravel will be used to make the driveway in that one property, and then whatever's left over will be removed or spread throughout the remaining rail line. That gravel actually came from the rail line making the original road.
Okay.
And I'm using it as much as I can with the build of this property. And if the application is approved, I will again continue to use that gravel to move the hammerhead and the existing access to the other properties. And then whatever's left will be evenly distributed across the base of the rail line. So it stays within the original property that it came from.
Thank you for your explanation.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through the chair to the development officer. Just on page 4 of 94 on our staff report, the acreage furthest to the south, I just can't see where that approach comes onto a road there. I take it comes on to the east-west. Can't quite see the driveway there.
Are you asking about the land subdivided to the south of the current property?
Yes.
Okay, so
The acreage that is furthest to the south.
so the one directly to the south accesses. Yeah, that's an interesting one. They actually access still by it. What it appears right now is by easement through the neighboring property. They do have direct access to the developed portion of 83rd, which is still under the developer. But I believe they may still access by easement, by private easement through the other neighboring property. The landowner is saying that they may be able to expound on that for you.
Yeah, I can clarify. They do have their access off 83rd Street. The easement is actually now blocked off by cement barriers at the property line of the adjoining property. So the land directly to the south, they still have their long easement up to the old property line. However, they placed cement barriers to restrict access into the old easement area.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Through the Reeve to the applicant, do you currently farm this land?
The land's quite difficult to farm. I've seeded it several times with hay seeds, which and also have had it weed sprayed and cultivated a few times. And due to the wind pattern in the area, there's a lot of wind erosion. So every time I seed it, the wind seemed to take the seed away. There's with the gophers in the area, there's quite a few holes and badgers as well. So I do try to rehabilitate the land by putting viable hay seed. But currently there's a lot of weeds also due to the wind patterns as well. So apart from a couple of livestock for hobby purposes, I don't really farm the land. I do try to bale it. I did have it baled over the last couple of years, but the hay quality is quite poor from that area due to lack of rain as well.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not seeing any further comments or questions from council. So I will now close the public hearing. Council will be deliberating on this at some point later today. If you wish to view council's deliberations, you're welcome to remain in the gallery, or you can watch it online with the YouTube link found in the on the county website. Either way, a decision will be sent to you once the minutes are ratified from today's meeting. Thank you very much for coming to attend, and hope you have a good day.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we need to switch, so we'll just take a couple of minutes. Okay, council, we have a couple have joined us for an enclosed item, so I would look for a motion to go into closed session. Councillor Estes gives us that. All in favor? Motion carries. Welcome back. It is 12 o'clock. I would look for a motion to break for lunch. Councillor Alger gives us that. All in favor? Motion carries. See you at 1:30. Welcome back. We will now open the hearing for Hasty Northwest 25 19 27 west of 4 agricultural to DC 27. Manager Barrett, would you please introduce council and administration?
Certainly. Good afternoon. In council this afternoon, you have Councillor R.D. McHugh, Councillor Benita Estes, CEO Ryan Payne, Reeve Rob Seward, Deputy Reeve Suzanne Ohl, Director of Planning Heather Hemingway, Councillor Alan Alger, Councillor John Callister, and Councillor Laura Kendall. Thank you.
Thank you. I will outline the procedure for our public hearing this afternoon. We will start with a presentation from our planning officer, Cutler. Following her presentation, we will then proceed to the applicant and their agent for any comments or presentation that you have. Following that, we will go to any members of the public who want to provide input. I don't have anybody listed yet today. Following that, we will then go to closing comments. Closing comments will start with the applicant and agent and then proceed to the planning officer. Throughout the process, council and administration will be given an opportunity to ask questions for clarification and understanding. With that, Planning Officer Cutler, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you and good afternoon, Mr. Reeve and Council. The application before you today is from landowner for Northwest 25 19 27 west of the 4th for the redesignation of a portion of a subject parcel to direct control number 27 to allow for the operation of a home-based business type 3 for the Cowgirls Code Equine Retreat. The subject parcel is located within Council Division 1, adjacent to and east of Highway 799, half a mile north of 466 Avenue East, half a mile west of 272 Street East, and 2 miles north of the hamlet of Blackie. The application proposes to redesignate a 40-acre portion of the subject parcel from agricultural district to direct control number 27, leaving a balance of 78.97 acres as agricultural district balance. The subject parcel is generally flat to rolling terrain. There are also 4 dugouts existing on the subject parcel. The existing development is all within the proposed 40 acres. It includes a dwelling with attached garage, shown in orange. The barn shown in, I have orange twice. So the house is orange, the barn is red, and the animal shelters shown in yellow. Sorry about that. The application identifies home-based business type 3 operations, equine retreat with a bed and breakfast with 4 rooms for up to 6 guests, seasonal operation from May through October with single day and weekend sessions. On-site activities include groundwork with the horses, discussion groups, and individual and group coaching. The application proposes 25 total events per year, 10 weekend events with guests arriving Friday and departing Sunday, a maximum of 10 participants, including staff and guests. 12 one-day events with a maximum of 15 participants, including staff and guests, and 3 open houses with a maximum of 30 participants. The application identifies 2 non-resident employees, a full-time ranch hand and a part-time assistant, as well as subcontractors for housekeeping and catering. The vehicle generation for this application is beyond the parameters of a home-based business type 3, which states 12 business visits per day, which is why this application is before council today. The existing approach is located on Highway 799. The existing approach is proposed to remain. Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors does not require any upgrades. This photo shows the existing approach looking east, as well as a view of Highway 799, both north and south. These photos are from the site visit showing the dwelling and the proposed location of the guest rooms. This is the existing barn and animal shelters. This is showing the existing fence line that runs along the proposed line of the redesignation. This application was published in 2 issues of the Western Wheel publication on December 31st and January 7th. Also, area residents within 1/2 mile were circulated as shown on the map. No letters were received at the time of the staff report. This concludes my presentation. Thank you, Mr. Reeve and Council.
Thank you, Planning Officer Cutler. Any questions from council or administration? I'm not seeing any, so we'll proceed to the applicants and your agent. If you want to introduce yourselves for the recording secretary, yourselves and anybody else who is part of your team online, if you can introduce, and then proceed with your presentation or comments.
Thank you very much, and I really do appreciate you folks spending the time and taking a moment to go through this, and I hope you have considered the application. I'm here just as a witness to the program and answer any questions if necessary. Jocelyn is online, and she's the one who has all the information about this. I can just add that she has been involved in a number of these retreats in the past in this area. She has connected with many long-time Western residents, has rented their facilities for quite a number of visits, and has a great success and track record for helping folks out. I'm just old, and I'm here to just tell you that I really do appreciate what she does. And as a matter of fact, my friend Cyrus and I are here working on her ranch for the next 4 or 5 days. So that's why we're here, and we thought that this would be a great opportunity to come in and just tell you what we think. So I don't have much else to add to that unless necessary, but I think Jocelyn is probably the one we want to talk to.
Okay, we'll go to you, Ms. Hasty. Go ahead with introduce yourself and share with us what you've got.
Certainly. I have been a long-term resident of the area. I worked at the Mazeppa gas plant for about 13 years, although that may be a dirty word. I have since 2012 worked with horses in the healing space, and in particular in the women's empowerment space. I have had difficulty finding suitable venues to hold these events, and decided that the time had come to build up my own property in order to be able to proceed with these events within the area of Blackie, and to bring those people to our area. I think what Stacy talked about was fairly complete, and I really have nothing else to add, but I'm happy to entertain any questions if any of you have any more questions.
Okay, thank you very much for that. We do have the development plan that you have submitted along with the application, so there's lots of information there. So if your team doesn't have anything more to add, I guess we'll just go to any questions for clarification or otherwise from council or administration. Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just ask the applicants if you could explain how it appears from your presentation and your very well put together plan about the low impact. It seems like a modest impact to the activity. So can you just explain what would occur when somebody is outside the residence and they were taking part in the animal part of what you're offering for the retreat activity? If you can explain what that looks like, if you were a visitor, what would they do when they come to your place aside from the meals and sleeping in the bed and breakfast aspect of it? What would occur outside with the animals, please?
Well, there's a couple of different activities we regularly do. The first one is what I call mindful grooming, where each of the participants gets the opportunity to groom the horse and to become really centered and grounded, and to leave their workaday world at the gate and just enjoy where they are and become much more in their bodies instead of in their minds. Appreciate the animals near them, making the connection with the animal, being out in nature. The other activity that I do with them is a leadership exercise. My experience has been that there are very few women that have had the experience of leading something that is undeniably bigger and stronger than they are without bullying and without bribery. So this leading exercise, so it's just a very basic obstacle course, just a few cones that they serpentine the horse through, leading it over poles, that kind of thing. But just the experience of leading something that is much bigger and stronger than they are.
Thank you for that answer. And I have one further. Thank you. I noticed in the application that you've already done the work towards getting the license for commercial use already through the department. And so did that occur over the last year? I see it was approval was given in December, it looks like.
I have
the water.
I have approval for, yes, I have approval for the water as well for a 10-year commercial permit. So it will be, the water is allowable as well. The water,
Oh,
and
great.
I also contacted Alberta Transportation and have a 2-year license for that as well. 2 years for that, 10 years for the water.
Thank you for those answers.
Okay, we'll go to Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to go back to Ms. Collar for the actual land redesignation. Is it the retreat side of this application that is causing this to want to go into direct control? Because I'm looking under agriculture and all this seems like it would be handled under agriculture.
Thank you. And through the chair, it's the business visits. So the home-based business type 3 allows for 12 business visits per day. And this is looking at on a open house day, potentially a maximum of 30 participants. So we'd be well above our 12 visits a day.
Under the discretionary use of agriculture type.
As a home-based business type 3.
Okay, and that couldn't be handled with a site-specific amendment for?
We did debate
times?
which way to go, site-specific amendment, go with the redesignation. There were a number of ways to go with this, yes.
This was the simplest, I'm assuming. No? Okay, just wondering why we were doing that. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, no, I think that was one of my big questions too, is why the DC as opposed to just a site-specific amendment. It seems in my mind a site-specific would be simpler for the applicant going down the road, but we'll go to Director Hemingway.
We had a real struggle with this one. I think the ultimate decision was the applicants. We laid out the idea that you could go site-specific amendment, you could go to DC 27, you could go, we have a direct control event venue district that could have gone to that. So weirdly, we have 3 different land uses that it could, 3 different ways this could have been applied for. It really didn't make any difference to us. I believe that the administration went through the various pros and cons and options with the applicant. The applicant ultimately made a choice to go to home-based business.
And with it being a DC, creating room for growth through a development permit application through council, as opposed to a discretionary use through other channels with a DP.
It's really the same. But, you know, unfortunately, it does require rezoning of about 40 acres of the agricultural land. And I think that is the negative on going through one of these direct control processes, but it does show up on the map. So it's positive that way too.
Okay, fair enough. Not seeing anything else from anybody. We have no members of the public registered or present to speak. So with that, we will go back to the applicant and agent for any closing comments you may have.
Yes, I just want to say that in my mind, there should be minimal impact. I will continue to have horses on the property. The horses will be part of the operations. And other than 3 open houses a year, there isn't going to be a lot of traffic. And that I'm very excited about the idea of bringing this business to the Blackie area and creating some employment, probably for young people within the Blackie area, and bring some tourists there as well.
Okay, thank you for that. And we'll go to Planning Officer Collar. Any closing comments?
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you. And one last chance, Council Administration. Any questions? Deputy Reeve Ole.
Sure, thank you. And in the staff report and in the presentation, I wasn't sure of, and I didn't see any mention of the safety codes or other fire codes or anything else related to the barn and home. Is there anything onerous that's going to be coming on them aside from what looked like maybe the landscaping issue that might need some sort of permitting? Was there anything else in relation to the use? I think I noticed in the bed and breakfast that it was the minimum was required for that. So is there any commentary about it being onerous for them to be able to comply to what would be now more public use?
The only thing that we are expecting is the PSTS, which was something that the landowner was looking at doing anyway, was expanding the septic. And that was something that she brought forward in the application, knowing that that was going to be something we were done. And that's something that was pointed out in our circulation as well. So it's not outside of what we're expecting.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you very
and
much.
just one other upgrade that I know is going to be required at this point in time. I only use the barn during the day, so there is no lighting or electrical supplied to the barn. So I know that that will be something that I will need to do as well. So I am aware of some things that will need to be done and certainly fully intend to do that.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing anybody else from Council Administration, so I will therefore close this public hearing. Thank you all for attending. Council will be discussing this at some point this afternoon. You're welcome to watch it online or remain in the gallery in the back and view council deliberations and decision. Either way, a decision will be sent to you in due time after we approve the minutes next week. So with that, thank you very much for everybody attending and have a good day.
Thank you very much for your time, all of you.
Kate, we need to go out into Kate, we'll just take a short pause while we change Zoom meeting. Any other comments or directions? Councillor Alger.
Take the Smartie out of my mouth. Thanks, Mr. Chair. I also have no issues with this. Like I said, my only concerns was why we were going to the extra work of that this could have been handled under the agricultural designation, but if that's the way we're going to go, I don't have an issue with it. So happy to give you a motion, sir, if you want it.
Okay, I will take that motion. Anything else? Deputy Reeve.
Sure. When I was reading under the direct control on page 43, there's a list that in the development permit that these following things would be potentially imposed. And so is that our marching orders for this particular business and the bed and breakfast? What is the list that we're going to look at? Are they standard conditions that are related to those uses? Nothing more? Or do we
We're
even?
only doing land use at this point. You guys will see the development permit once it's made and comes into you.
Right,
So,
right. I totally get that, but I just wondered at this point, do we make any statement or we just wait till everything comes in at DP then?
yeah, we wait.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And it's according to what she's proposing, and then we'll look at it when it comes to our desk again later. Thank you very much.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Maybe I don't have to ask this question then, but it's just come to my attention with some of these direct control situations that even though there are conditions placed, it is very hard to police them in the future. So, I mean, this doesn't seem like a problem though, because of, what is it, 3 open houses a year? So I can't foresee this being an issue, but
Okay. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Largely low impact. This is the 799, so this is going to be provincial highway. Extremely good sight lines to the south, and maybe I think there's a little bit going to the north, so it would be my only potential concern is just concern for traffic on the 799 leaving and entering the operation. It's the only thing I would mention. I'm not opposed to anything. I just mentioned that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And just a question on that note. So when the development permit comes in, Alberta Transportation will once again be given opportunity for their input, correct?
They were circulated on this and had no comments, and their recommendations were included in the staff report. They didn't have any concerns, and neither did Public Works about the approach.
Okay, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you. Just in terms of the recognition of the highway, do we ever ask the applicants to put in a stop sign as they're coming up with a more concentrated use? I know we faced an issue where we thought a stop sign was going to go into a limited public arena. And then there's kind of a conflicting answer to that particular situation. And I just wonder, just for safety for everyone, do we ever ask them that a stop sign be installed when they have an increased use such as this going directly onto a highway? And I think, I think in the minutia of the details, the answer is likely not from a private driveway. There typically isn't. But then when you have an approved direct control, do we ever ask for a stop sign for that? And I noticed we have somebody online from our department in case.
Yeah.
We'll go to Director Hemingway.
Not that I'm aware of. It's a private driveway. So a formal stop sign on a private driveway isn't appropriate. Any signage adjacent to the provincial highway would require a roadside development approval from Alberta Transportation. She could put like a
caution,
little like, hey, it's a highway ahead of you sign, but I think it's pretty obvious.
I
Like
think
you've got really good
it's
visibility
obvious
there.
that
I can
there's good
see the whole
visibility,
place all
right.
the time. So
But she can also use education as another tool to encourage appropriate, how would you say, recognition of the highway issue. So just a thought, because of especially if the big events happen, just really being conscious of safety going onto a highway. Thanks.
Okay, so we have a motion from Councillor Alger, first reading approval. I'm not seeing any further comments, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion carries. Okay, let's go back to our 10 a.m. hearing. DeGuire, Northeast 141829, west of 4, Ag to CR. So this is on page 3 of our agenda. I guess I'll start again. This is in my Division 1, just south of High River. So this this quarter is already divided into 4 pieces. Our MDP is fairly clear, or our GMS, that this area of the county is supposed to see little to moderate growth, I think is the word, or very little, I'm not sure. I think we're well beyond the moderate growth already. And I just don't see our MDP really supporting this. And that's where I would view it today. I'll look to rest of council, your thoughts on this application. Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. I just personally cannot support this. Just the letters from the surrounding residents, the neighbors, pretty clear. And I know it's a small piece of land to farm, but on a small piece of land like that this year, I got 93 bushels per acre of barley. So even on 15, 20 acres, you can still do something. So I'm not in favor.
Okay, anybody else? Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I can agree with the comments already said. 5 letters against, 2 of the people who showed up for the hearing. It's in the airport overlay, and if you look on the map, it kind of lines up with the east-west runway. So more people in there are going to get more complaints about planes coming and going and landing and noise in the area. And Mr. Guire's had good comments about the water in the area, but he's comparing country residential use to agriculture, and this is an agricultural area. And yes, we're going to use more water if there's animals on the property, but so I don't really take that into effect. So yeah, I don't think I would, I'm not in favor of this either. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else or a motion? Councillor Kendall.
I would give you the motion to deny.
Okay, we have that motion to deny the application, or deny the subdivision, or deny the land use. I better clarify that. Okay, anything else? We'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion carries. Okay, let's go back to our committee reports. I believe we left off at Councillor Callister.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So looking at my calendar here, I as well attended the Foothills Country Hospice event, grand opening. Was very well put on, well attended. Nothing but good things to say about the place and the service they provide to the community. After that, we did a meet and greet with the Serbian Community Church, which was also quite informative and very enjoyable. And then on Tuesday, I went to the FCSS Social Services Committee as a preparation to go through all the applications on February 3rd. There's 33 not new applications, but 33 applications. 1 new one. There'll be 3 presentations, and I look forward to that. Yes, I did do. Thank you, Councillor Kendall. I also attended an open house for Serenity 3 and 4 last week, put on by Jim Jones, one of the area residents at the Heritage Lake House. It was very well attended. It was a packed house, and good discussion on on the ASP coming forward for Serenity 3 and 4. So there'll be more discussion coming on that and another open house in due time. So I look forward to that, and I think that's all I have.
Thank you. Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. On Thursday, January the 8th, I attended the Agricultural Services Board. They clear the budget people update and the operations update. They clarified something that was presented in the previous meeting, that it costs $720 a year to fertilize and water a tree. That was actually a mistake. It was $72 a year. So I thought I was going to be, the heroics of like saving the county 200,000 by stopping that program. But anyways, but I did make a suggestion. Councillor McHugh hasn't taken me up on it. If we ever need trees, we can go to Division 3. They are free in the ditches for the taking. So we could save a little money there. Anyways, the Blackie seed cleaning plant presentation was very good as well. Enjoyed that. Attended the hospice, the Foothills Country Hospice from 8 to 16 beds. That was great. Then attended my first Sheep River Library meeting in Diamond Valley, met the board there and got updated on everything there. That was all on the 8th. On Tuesday, January the 13th, I attended the FCSS with John. We got our little update on how we're going to handle all the applications next month. And I also spoke with the president of the Square Butte Community Association about applying for another Fire Smart grant. So might be taking part in that one as well. I think that was all.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to the chair, this $72 a tree thing is, as explained, as cheap, is not cheap in my books. I don't understand how we're spending $72 on a tree. And thank you for the offer for trees from the West Country. But the problem with trees from the West Country is they're not going to live in the East Country because there's not enough rain. So I know we've probably addressed this before, but it's important that when we're choosing these trees that they are appropriate. And just going to keep my eye on this because I have thousands of trees and I do not spend $72 a tree keeping them alive, and I have thousands. So I think we need to be doing a better job. I don't know how we are fertilizing these trees every year. Something still doesn't jive with me at $72 a tree. Thanks.
Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. May I ask the size of this tree that we're paying $72 for?
There's over 200. Most of them are in Greenhaven. I think there's 140. I don't have the numbers in front of me. Maybe I do. Most of them are actually in Greenhaven. I think.
How tall are they at $72?
Oh, I have no clue. There's 275 trees that the tree maintenance program looks after. 24 in Alderwood Park, 140 in Greenhaven, 10 are in Heritage Point, 30 Lake at Heritage Point, 14 Davis Cemetery, 6 Rusty Spurs, 15 Seaman Sports Park, and 35 in Blackie.
So the size is variable.
Yeah.
Okay, so like a foot to 4 feet or 10 feet?
I have no clue.
Rusty Spurs were probably 14-foot evergreens. They're substantial trees that replaced the existing trees that were 30 feet and died.
Yeah, I'm sorry. When you go to the nurseries, you're paying between $300 and $700 for a 10-foot evergreen.
We will,
we plucked them out of
I'm pretty sure a report in our ASB agenda we could forward on, might be the best. Okay. Back to you, Councillor Kendall.
Thank I concur. I tongue in cheek talk about the trees because I have a hard time paying money to fertilize trees when they're usually going to die or something's going to happen to them. But I don't have a problem with, the smaller areas like the cemetery and all that, but I just think it's something to keep track of. And I'm pretty sure that the spruces from Division 3 would still grow way out there in the East Country. Just saying. And even if they didn't, it wouldn't cost you anything.
Okay, Councillor Callister.
Just a quick question for anybody that might know. We're fertilizing 275 trees a year.
Yep.
And how are these trees not established?
And watered and watering them. Not so much this year, but yeah.
So these trees are rooted and established and we're still fertilizing and watering them?
And I believe that cost also includes the trimming that's needed from time to time.
That's just yeah, anyways.
Yeah, I think there might be some room there for some cost savings.
Okay, further questions for our manager of Ag Services? With that, we will go to CAO Payne for committee reports.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to remind council of the Foothills Little Bow meeting that we've got coming on Friday. There's should be an invite in your calendar from myself for 9 a.m. The doors do open at 9, but the meeting doesn't actually start until 10. So whenever you'd like to show up, most people do show up around 9:30. Typically, they have some light refreshments and a bit of a networking opportunity there. I know a number of councillors will be attending as well the night prior for the directors event that's there. I'll be joining for part of that as well. Just wanted to remind council that a request went out just before Christmas asking for any comments on the strategic plan. What I'd like to do there is just incorporate any comments that council has into a redlined, marked up version of the plan and bring that back to council in our first meeting in February. I believe I had asked for that by the end of today, but I haven't received any comments yet. So I'll just extend that out to the end of day this coming Friday. So if anyone's got any comments, please do let me know. I did make some notes on the comments that were made when we had our first discussion on the plan, and we'll incorporate those changes as well for council's consideration. Last thing that I just wanted to provide council as an open session report is a request from MLA Petrovic to meet with council on February 11th during our council meeting. Just wanted to know if council would like to host that on February 11th. We do have 2 public hearings that day, and whether maybe there's any appetite for hosting MLA Chelsea Petrovic at lunchtime on the 11th. We could bring something in similar to what was done today.
I think it's always great seeing a few thumbs up.
Perfect. Thumbs up. Then that
happen.
gives me some direction on that. And that's all I had in open session, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Director Hemingway, anything?
Nothing in open, sir. Thank you.
Okay, and Manager Barrett, anything for us?
Yeah, I just have one quick item. The upcoming RMA registration hasn't opened yet, but they will be holding a number of elected officials education programs again on the Monday of that week. I can send a link with the topics. I don't have the agenda yet though, so I don't know. Occasionally they're half day, sometimes they're full days. So there's 3 courses being offered. You might have to pick 1, possibly 2, once we know what that agenda looks like. But I'll send the link out, and if anyone is interested, then we will add that to your registration at RMA. You'll just have to let me know, and that's all for me.
Okay, so let's look back at our minutes from last week. So we did receive an email with that revised item. It looks, Deputy Vole saying it looks good. It looked good from my end. So did anybody else have a look at it? Any comments? Or I'd look for a motion to approve the minutes with that revised. Deputy Vole gives me that. Anything further?
They want to read it. You guys want to read it?
Everybody's good? Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries
Revision.
with that revision, yes. And accounts. Any questions or a motion? Deputy Revol.
I do. I just have a couple quick questions. There was EFT. Do you have the pile back in your area? Okay, so we need to get that to Ryan. I think it's being hand delivered, so it's wonderful. It's just a matter of lifting that and then finding them. The one that I was just referring to was RMA insurance, and there was a number of if you want to say statements, and then the actual billing was different than the statement. So I'm just was curious about why that was done that way and why we don't have the actual billed number on the statements that's following the front page. So that's 03118. So if you see on the front page, there's a list and then it has a list of the numbers, but it says the paid number is a different number. And in particular, there was this one liability issue that I was just wondering because it was a substantial less amount paid and then some of them were at zero when there was a statement. So would it have been a negotiated change or something like that?
Jerry, who is the caterer today? While we're waiting.
That was Live Edge.
Live Edge again? Yeah, they're good. Right.
Go ahead, COP. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm noticing here that a number of these are showing up as credits, and I'm not sure why they result in a credit, which balances out at a zero, but I can follow up with our CFO and just have him send an explanation out to council if that satisfies.
Sure. Well, it might be helpful to have it on file. Maybe they have it on file in another capacity.
Might.
But when it's contained with the billing and it's a different number than the statement, it might be helpful just to have that along stated, like as clipped in there or whatever. So,
And it looks like it's only in the liability and automobile insurance areas, so I'm not sure why, just in those two, but I can
okay,
find
thank you.
that out for
Thank you. And I'm satisfied with you looking into it. And then the other ones were the Diamond Valley. There was two of them. One was 031197. The other was 98. The first one is much more substantial, but there's, total minutia in there and very, very detailed and numerous claims towards the county. So I'm assuming that it's the fire department aspect is likely where it's all covered. So that would be our deputy fire chief is going through that with a fine tooth comb, or would it be our director who would be going through that? I think the deputy is signing it, right? Because sometimes when you get a list that long, you wonder if it's going to be checked over or not when there is so much in there. So I guess I just want to see that, that is attention's paid to that particular billing. Thank you so much.
Did you more to add?
No, I would just confirm for council that Deputy Chief Marshall is very diligent about reviewing these, especially these ones. So he'd be paying particular attention to those invoices.
Okay, any other questions or motion related to accounts? Councillor Alger?
You want to make it?
Sure.
You make it.
Motion to approve accounts from Councillor Alger.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, got that? All in favor? Motion carries. Okay, that concludes. I do believe we had something else yet in closed session, so I would look for a motion to go into closed. From Councillor Estes, all in favor? Motion carries. Welcome back. That does conclude our agenda for today. Next meeting is January 21st. That's next week. We will see you all then. And those of you that will be at the ASB in Edmonton, hope you have a good trip. With that, a motion to adjourn for today. Councillor Estes, all in favor? Motion carries.